What is all this to me? After which he grinned broadly in spite of himself. He was still very young, and turning on his heel he departed. Stephen said, "So it's over," and she looked at Mary, who had jumped up, and was looking in her turn at Stephen. Mary said, "This means," but she stopped abruptly. Bless said, "Got a match, anyone?" "Oh, thanks." And she groped for her white metal cigarette case. Howard said, "Well, the first thing I'm going to do is to get my hair properly shampooed in Paris." Thilo laughed shrilly, then she started to whistle, kicking the recalcitrant fire as she did so. But funny, old, monosyllabic Blakeney with her curly white hair cropped as close as a Newland's Blakeney who had long ago done with emotions quite suddenly laid her arms on the table and her head on her arms, and she wept, and she wept. Stephen stayed with the unit right up to the eve of its departure for Germany, then she left it, taking Mary Llewellyn with her. Their work was over, remained only the honor of joining the army's triumphal progress, but Mary Llewellyn was completely worn out, and Stephen had no thought except for Mary. They said farewell to Mrs. Claude Breakspear, to Howard and Blakeney and the rest of their comrades. And Stephen knew, as indeed did they also, that a mighty event had slipped into the past, had gone from them into the realms of history, something terrible yet splendid, a oneness with life in its titanic struggle against death. Not a woman of them all but felt vaguely regretful in spite of the infinite blessing of peace, for none could know what the future might hold of trivial days filled with trivial actions. Great wars will be followed by great discontents. The pruning knife has been laid to the tree, and the urge to grow throbs through its mutilated branches. 3. The house in the Rue Jacob was en fete in honor of Stephen's arrival. Pierre had rigged up an imposing flagstaff, from which waved a brand new tricolor commandeered by Pauline from the neighboring baker. Flowers had been placed in the study vases, while Adele had contrived to produce the word welcome in immortelles, as the piece de resistance, and had hung it above the doorway. Stephen shook hands with them all in turn, and she introduced Mary, who also shook hands. Then Adele must start to gabble about Jean, who was quite safe although not a captain, and Pauline must interrupt her to tell of the neighboring baker who had lost his 4 sons, and of one of her brothers who had lost his right leg. Her face very dour and her voice very cheerful, as was always the way when she told of misfortunes. And presently she must also deplore the long straight scar upon Stephen's cheek. "Oh, la pauvre! Pour un dame c'est un vrai disaster." But Pierre must point to the green and red ribbon in Stephen's lapel, c'est la croix de guerre, so that in the end they all gathered round to admire that half-inch of honor and glory. Oh, yes, this homecoming was as friendly and happy as goodwill and warm Breton hearts could make it. Yet Stephen was oppressed by a sense of restraint when she took Mary up to the charming bedroom overlooking the garden, and she spoke abruptly. "This will be your room." "It's beautiful, Stephen." After that they were silent, perhaps because there was so much that might not be spoken between them. The dinner was served by a beaming Pierre, an excellent dinner, more than worthy of Pauline, but neither of them managed to eat very much. They were far too acutely conscious of each other. When the meal was over they went into the study where, in spite of the abnormal shortage of fuel, Adele had managed to build a huge fire which blazed recklessly half up the chimney. The room smelled slightly of hothouse flowers, of leather, of old wood and vanished years, and after a while of cigarette smoke. Then Stephen forced herself to speak lightly. "Come and sit over here by the fire," she said, smiling. So Mary obeyed, sitting down beside her, and she laid a hand upon Stephen's knee, but Stephen appeared not to notice that hand, for she just let it lie there and went on talking. "I been thinking, Mary, hatching all sorts of schemes. I'd like to get you right away for a bit. The weather seems pretty awful in Paris. Puddle once told me about Tenerife, She went there ages ago with a pupil. She stayed at a place called Oratava. It's lovely, I believe. Do you think you'd enjoy it? I might manage to hear of a villa with a garden, and then you could just slack about in the sunshine. Mary said, very conscious of the unnoticed hand, do you really want to go away, Stephen? Wouldn't it interfere with your writing? Her voice, Stephen thought, sounded strained and unhappy. Of course I want to go, Stephen reassured her. I'll work all the better for a holiday. Anyhow, I must see you looking more fit, and she suddenly laid her hand over Mary's. The strange sympathy which sometimes exists between two human bodies, so that a touch will stir many secret and perilous emotions, closed down on them both at that moment of contact, and they sat unnaturally still by the fire, feeling that in their stillness lay safety. But presently Stephen went on talking, and now she talked of purely practical matters. Mary must go for a fortnight to her cousin's. She had better go almost at once, and remain there while Stephen herself went to Morton. Eventually they would meet in London and from there motor straight away to Southampton, for Stephen would have taken their passages and if possible found a furnished villa, before she went down to Morton. She talked on, and as she did so her fingers tightened and relaxed abruptly on the hand that she had continued to hold, so that Mary imprisoned those nervous fingers in her own, and Stephen made no resistance. Then Mary, like many another before her, grew as happy as she had been downhearted, for the merest trifles are often enough to change the trend of mercurial emotions such as beset the heart in its youth, and she looked at Stephen with gratitude in her eyes, and with something far more fundamental of which she herself was unconscious. And now she began to talk in her turn. She could type fairly well, was a very good speller. She would type Stephen's books, take care of her papers, answer her letters, look after the house, even beard the lugubrious Pauline in her kitchen. Next autumn she would write to Holland for bulbs. They must have lots of bulbs in their city garden, and in summer they ought to manage some roses. Paris was less cruel to flowers than London. Oh, and might she have pigeons with wide, white tails? They would go so well with the old marble fountain. Stephen listened, nodding from time to time. Yes, of course she could have her white fan-tailed pigeons, and her bulbs, and her roses, could have anything she pleased, if only she would get quite well and be happy. At this Mary laughed. Oh, Stephen, my dear, don't you know that I'm really terribly happy? Pierre came in with the evening letters. There was one from Anna and another from Puddle. There was also a lengthy epistle from Brockett, who was praying, it seemed, for demobilization. Once released, he must go for a few weeks to England, but after that he was coming to Paris. He wrote, I'm longing to see you again and Valerie Seymour. By the way, how goes it? Valerie writes that you never rang her up. It's a pity you're so unsociable, Stephen, unwholesome, I call it. You'll be bagging a shell like a hermit crab, or growing hairs on your chin, or a wart on your nose, or worse still, a complex. You might even take to a few nasty habits towards middle life. Better read Firenze. Why were you so beastly to Valerie, I wonder? She is such a darling and she likes you so much. Only the other day she wrote, when you see Stephen Gordon give her my love, and tell her that nearly all streets in Paris lead sooner or later to Valerie Seymour. You might write her a line, and you might write to me. Already I'm finding your silence suspicious. Are you in love? I'm just crazy to know, so why deny me that innocent pleasure? After all, we're told to rejoice with those who rejoice. May I send my congratulations? Vague but exciting rumors have reached me. And by the way, Valerie's very forgiving, so don't feel shy about telephoning to her. She's one of those highly developed souls who bob up serenely after a snubbing, as do I, your devoted Brockett. Stephen glanced at Mary as she folded the letter. Isn't it time you went off to bed? Don't send me away. I must, you're so tired. Come on, there's a good child, you look tired and sleepy. I'm not a bit sleepy. All the same, it's high time. Are you coming? Not yet, I must answer some letters. Mary got up, and just for a moment their eyes met, then Stephen looked away quickly. Good night, Mary. Stephen, won't you kiss me good night? It's our first night together here in your home. Stephen, do you know that you've never kissed me? The clock chimed 10, a rose on the desk fell apart, its overblown petals disturbed by that almost imperceptible vibration. Stephen's heart beat thickly. Do you want me to kiss you? More than anything else in the world, said Mary. Then Stephen suddenly came to her senses, and she managed to smile. Very well, my dear. She kissed the girl quietly on her cheek. And now you really must go to bed, Mary. After Mary had gone, she tried to write letters, a few lines to Anna, announcing her visit, a few lines to Puddle and to Mademoiselle Duphat. The latter she felt that she had shamefully neglected. But in none of these letters did she mention Mary. Brocket's effusion she left unanswered. Then she took her unfinished novel from its drawer, but it seemed very dreary and unimportant, so she laid it aside again with a sigh, and locking the drawer put the key in her pocket. And now she could no longer keep it at bay, the great joy, the great pain in her heart that was Mary. She had only to call and Mary would come, bringing all her faith, her youth, and her ardour. Yes, she had only to call, and yet would she ever be cruel enough to call Mary? Her mind recoiled at that word. Why cruel? She and Mary loved and needed each other. She could give the girl luxury, make her secure so that she need never fight for her living, she should have every comfort that money could buy. Mary was not strong enough to fight for her living. And then she, Stephen, was no longer a child to be frightened and humbled by the situation. There was many another exactly like her in this very city, in every city, and they did not all live out crucified lives, denying their bodies, stultifying their brains, becoming the victims of their own frustrations. On the contrary, they lived natural lives, lives that to them were perfectly natural. They had their passions like everyone else, and why not? They were surely entitled to their passions. They attracted too, that was the irony of it. She herself had attracted Mary Llewellyn. The girl was quite simply and openly in love. All my life I've been waiting for something. Mary had said that. She had said, all my life I've been waiting for something. I've been waiting for you. Men, they were selfish, arrogant, possessive. What could they do for Mary Llewellyn? What could a man give that she could not? A child? But she would give Mary such a love as would be complete in itself without children. Mary would have no room in her heart, in her life, for a child, if she came to Stephen. All things they would be the one to the other, should they stand in that limitless relationship, father, mother, friend, and lover, all things, the amazing completeness of it, and Mary, the child, the friend, the beloved. With the terrible bonds of her dual nature, she could bind Mary fast, and the pain would be sweetness, so that the girl would cry out for that sweetness, hugging her chains always closer to her. The world would condemn, but they would rejoice, glorious outcasts, unashamed, triumphant. She began to pace restlessly up and down the room, as had ever been her wont in moments of emotion. Her face grew ominous, heavy and brooding, the fine line of her mouth was a little marred, her eyes were less clear, less the servants of her spirit than the slaves of her anxious and passionate body. The red scar on her cheek stood out like a wound. Then quite suddenly she had opened the door, and was staring at the dimly lighted staircase. She took a step forward and then stopped, appalled, dumbfounded at herself, at this thing she was doing. And as she stood there as though turned to stone, she remembered another and spacious study. She remembered a lanky colt of a girl whose glance had kept straying towards the windows. She remembered a man who had held out his hand. "Stephen, come here. What is honor, my daughter?" Honor, good God! Was this her honor? Mary, whose nerves had been strained to breaking. A dastardly thing it would be to drag her through the maze of passion, with no word of warning. Was she to know nothing of what lay before her, of the price she would have to pay for such love? She was young and completely ignorant of life. She knew only that she loved, and the young were ardent. She would give all that Stephen might ask of her and more, for the young were not only ardent but generous. And through giving all she would be left defenseless, neither forewarned nor forearmed against a world that would turn like a merciless beast and rend her. It was horrible. No, Mary must not give until she had counted the cost of that gift, until she was restored in body and mind, and was able to form a considered judgment. Then Stephen must tell her the cruel truth. She must say, "I am one of those whom God marked on the forehead. Like Cain, I am marked and blemished. If you come to me, Mary, the world will abhor you, will persecute you, will call you unclean. Our love may be faithful even unto death and beyond, yet the world will call it unclean. We may harm no living creature by our love, we may grow more perfect in understanding and in charity because of our loving, but all this will not save you from the scourge of a world that will turn away its eyes from your noblest actions, finding only corruption and vileness in you. You will see men and women defiling each other, laying the burden of their sins upon their children. You will see unfaithfulness, lies and deceit among those whom the world views with approbation. You will find that many have grown hard of heart, have grown greedy, selfish, cruel, and lustful, and then you will turn to me and will say, "You and I are more worthy of respect than these people. Why does the world persecute us, Stephen?" And I shall answer, "Because in this world there is only toleration for the so-called normal." And when you come to me for protection, I shall say, "I cannot protect you, Mary, the world has deprived me of my right to protect, I am utterly helpless, I can only love you." And now Stephen was trembling. In spite of her strength and her splendid physique, she must stand there and tremble. She felt deathly cold, her teeth chattered with cold, and when she moved her steps were unsteady. She must climb the wide stairs with infinite care, in case she should inadvertently stumble, must lift her feet slowly, and with infinite care, because if she stumbled she might wake Mary. 10 days later Stephen was saying to her mother, "I've been needing a change for a very long time. It's rather lucky that a girl I met in the unit is free and able to go with me. We've taken a villa at Orotava, it's supposed to be furnished and they're leaving the servants, but heaven only knows what the house will be like. It belongs to a Spaniard, however, there'll be sunshine." "I believe Orotava's delightful," said Anna. But Puddle, who was looking at Stephen, said nothing. That night Stephen knocked at Puddle's door. "May I come in?" "Yes, come in do, my dear. Come and sit by the fire. Shall I make you some cocoa?" "No, thanks." A long pause while Puddle slipped into her dressing gown of soft, grey violet. Then she also drew a chair up to the fire, and after a little, "It's good to see you. Your old teacher's been missing you rather badly." "Not more than I've been missing her, Puddle." Was that quite true? Stephen suddenly flushed, and both of them grew very silent. Puddle knew quite well that Stephen was unhappy. They had not lived side by side all these years. For Puddle to fail now in intuition, she felt certain that something grave had happened, and her instinct warned her of what this might be. so that she secretly trembled a little. For no young and inexperienced girl sat beside her, but a woman of nearly 32, who was far beyond the reach of her guidance. This woman would settle her problems for herself and in her own way had indeed always done so. Puddle must try to be tactful in her questions. She said gently, "Tell me about your new friend. You met her in the unit." "Yes, we met in the unit, as I told you this evening. Her name's Mary Llewellyn." "How old is she, Stephen?" "Not quite 22. Puddle said, "Very young, not yet 22. Then she glanced at Stephen, and fell silent. But now Stephen went on talking more quickly. "I'm glad you asked me about her, Puddle, because I intend to give her a home. She's got no one except some distant cousins, and as far as I can see they don't want her. I shall let her have a try at typing my work, as she's asked to. It will make her feel independent, otherwise, of course, she'll be perfectly free. If it's not a success she can always leave me, but I rather hope it will be a success. She's companionable, we like the same things, anyhow she'll give me an interest in life." Puddle thought, "She's not going to tell me." Stephen took out her cigarette case, from which she produced a clear little snapshot. "It's not very good, it was done at the front." But Puddle was gazing at Mary Llewellyn. Then she looked up abruptly and saw Stephen's eyes. Without a word she handed back the snapshot. Stephen said, "Now I want to talk about you. Will you go to Paris at once, or stay here until we come home from Orotava? It's just as you like, the house is quite ready, you've only got to send Pauline a postcard, they're expecting you there at any moment." And she waited for Puddle's answer. Then Puddle, that small but indomitable fighter, stood forth all alone to do battle with herself, to strike down a sudden hot jealousy, a sudden and almost fierce resentment. And she saw that self as a tired old woman, a woman grown dull and tired with long service, a woman who had outlived her reason for living, whose companionship was now useless to Stephen. A woman who suffered from rheumatism in the winter and from lassitude in the summer, a woman who when young had never known youth, except as a scourge to a sensitive conscience. And now she was old, and what had life left her? Not even the privilege of guarding her friend, for Puddle knew well that her presence in Paris would only embarrass while unable to hinder. Nothing could stay fate if the hour had struck, and yet, from the very bottom of her soul, she was fearing that hour for Stephen. And who shall presume to accuse or condemn? She actually found it in her to pray that Stephen might be granted some measure of fulfillment, some palliative for the wound of existence. "Not like me, don't let her grow old as I've done." Then she suddenly remembered that Stephen was waiting. She said quietly, "Listen, my dear, I've been thinking, I don't feel that I ought to leave your mother. Her heart's not very strong, nothing serious, of course. Still, she oughtn't to live all alone at Morton, and quite apart from the question of health, living alone's a melancholy business. There's another thing too. I've grown tired and lazy, and I don't want to pull up my roots if I can help it. When one's getting on in years, one gets set in one's ways, and my ways fit in very well with Morton. I didn't want to come here, Stephen, as I told you, but I was all wrong, for your mother needs me. She needs me more now than during the war, because during the war she had occupation. Oh, but good heavens! I'm a silly old woman. Did you know that I used to get homesick for England? I used to get homesick for penny buns. Imagine it, and I was living in Paris. Only," and now her voice broke a little, "only, if ever you should feel that you need me, if ever you should feel that you want my advice or my help, you'd send for me, wouldn't you, my dear? Because old as I am, I'd be able to run if I thought that you really needed me, Stephen." Stephen held out her hand and Puddle grasped it. "There are some things I can't express," Stephen said slowly, "I can't express my gratitude to you for all you've done. I can't find any words. But I want you to know that I'm trying to play straight." "You'd always play straight in the end," said Puddle. And so, after nearly 18 years of life together, these two staunch friends and companions had now virtually parted. Chapter 38. The Villa del Cypress at Orotava was built on a headland above the Porto. It had taken its name from its fine cypress trees, of which there were many in the spacious garden. At the Porto there were laughter, shouting, and singing as the oxen wagons with their crates of bananas came grating and stumbling down to the wharf. At the Porto one might almost have said there was commerce, for beyond the pier waited the dirty fruit steamers, but the Villa del Cypress stood proudly aloof like a Spanish grandee who had seen better days. One felt that it literally hated commerce. The villa was older than the streets of the Porto, though much grass grew between their venerable cobbles. It was older than the oldest villas on the hill that was known as Old Orotava, though their green latticed shutters were bleached by the suns of innumerable semi-tropical summers. It was so old indeed, that no peasant could have told you precisely when it had come into being. The records were lost, if they had ever existed, for its history one had to apply to its owner. But then its owner was always in Spain, and his agent, who kept the place in repair, was too lazy to bother himself over trifles. What could it matter when the first stone was laid, or who laid it? The villa was always well let. He would yawn, roll a cigarette in his fingers, lick the paper with the thick, red tip of his tongue, and finally go to sleep in the sunshine to dream only of satisfactory commissions. The Villa del Cypress was a low stone house that had once been tinted a lemon yellow. Its shutters were greener than those on the hill, for every 10 years or so they were painted. All its principal windows looked over the sea that lay at the foot of the little headland. There were large, dim rooms with rough mosaic floors and walls that were covered by ancient frescoes. Some of these frescoes were primitive but holy, others were primitive but distinctly less holy. However, they were all so badly defaced, that the tenants were spared what might otherwise have been rather a shock at the contrast. The furniture, although very good of its kind, was somber, and moreover it was terribly scanty, for its owner was far too busy in Seville to attend to his villa in Orotava. But one glory the old house did certainly possess: its garden, a veritable Eden of a garden, obsessed by a kind of primitive urge towards all manner of procreation. It was hot with sunshine and the flowing of sap, so that even its shade held a warmth in its greenness, while the virile growth of its flowers and its trees gave off a strangely disturbing fragrance. These trees had long been a haven for birds, from the crested hoopoes to the wild canaries who kept up a chorus of song in the branches. Stephen and Mary arrived at the Villa del Cypress, not very long after Christmas. They had spent their Christmas day aboard ship, and on landing had stayed for a week at Santa Cruz before taking the long, rough drive to Orotava. And as though the fates were being propitious, or unpropitious perhaps, who shall say, the garden was looking its loveliest, almost melodramatic it looked in the sunset. Mary gazed round her wide-eyed with pleasure, but after a while her eyes must turn, as they always did now, to rest upon Stephen, while Stephen's uncertain and melancholy eyes must look back with great love in their depths for Mary. Together they made the tour of the villa, and when this was over Stephen laughed a little. "Not much of anything, is there, Mary?" "No, but quite enough." "Who wants tables and chairs?" "Well, if you're contented, I am," Stephen told her. And indeed, so far as the Villa del Cypress went, they were both very well contented. They discovered that the indoor staff would consist of 2 peasants, a plump, smiling woman called Concha, who adhered to the ancient tradition of the island and tied her head up in a white linen kerchief, and a girl whose black hair was elaborately dressed, and whose cheeks were very obviously powdered. Concha's niece she was, by name Esmeralda. Esmeralda looked cross, but this may have been because she squinted so badly. In the garden worked a handsome person called Ramon, together with Pedro, a youth of 16. Pedro was light-hearted, precocious, and spotty. He hated his simple work in the garden. What he liked was driving his father's mules for the tourists, according to Ramon. Ramon spoke English passably well. He had picked it up from the numerous tenants and was proud of this fact, so while bringing in the luggage he paused now and then to impart information. It was better to hire mules and donkeys from the father of Pedro. He had very fine mules and donkeys. It was better to take Pedro and none other as your guide, for thus would be saved any little ill feeling. It was better to let Concha do all the shopping. She was honest and wise as the Blessed Virgin. It was better never to scold Esmeralda, who was sensitive on account of her squint and therefore inclined to be easily wounded. If you wounded the heart of Esmeralda, she walked out of the house and Concha walked with her. The island women were often like this. You upset them and per Dios, your dinner could burn. They would not even wait to attend to your dinner. You come home, smiled Ramon, and you say, "What burns? Is my villa on fire?" Then you call and you call. No answer, all gone. And he spread out his hands with a wide and distressingly empty gesture. Ramon said that it was better to buy flowers from him. "I cut fresh from the garden when you want," he coaxed gently. He spoke even his broken English with the soft, rather sing-song drawl of the local peasants. "But aren't they our flowers?" inquired Mary, surprised. Ramon shook his head. "Yours to see, yours to touch, but not yours to take, only mine to take. I sell them as part of my little payment. But to you I sell very cheap, señorita, because you resemble the Santa Noche that makes our garden smell sweet at night. I will show you our beautiful Santa Noche." He was thin as a lath and as brown as a chestnut, and his shirt was quite incredibly dirty, but when he walked he moved like a king on his rough bare feet with their broken toenails. "This evening I make you a present of my flowers. I bring you a very big bunch of tobacco," he remarked. "Oh, you mustn't do that," protested Mary, getting out her purse. But Ramon looked offended. "I have said it. I give you the tobacco." 3. Their dinner consisted of a local fish fried in oil. The fish had a very strange figure, and the oil, Stephen thought, tasted slightly rancid. There was also a small though muscular chicken. But Concha had provided large baskets of fruit, loquats still warm from the tree that bred them, the full-flavored little indigenous bananas, oranges sweet as though dripping honey, custard apples and guavas had Concha provided, together with a bottle of the soft yellow wine so dearly beloved of the island Spaniards. Outside in the garden there was luminous darkness. The night had a quality of glory about it, the blue glory peculiar to Africa and seen seldom or never in our more placid climate. A warm breeze stirred the eucalyptus trees and their crude, harsh smell was persistently mingled with the thick scents of heliotrope and datura, with the sweet but melancholy scent of jasmine, with the faint, unmistakable odor of cypress. Stephen lit a cigarette. "Shall we go out, Mary?" They stood for a minute looking up at the stars, so much larger and brighter than stars seen in England. From a pond on the farther side of the villa, came the queer, hoarse chirping of innumerable frogs singing their prehistoric love songs. A star fell, shooting swiftly earthward through the darkness. Then the sweetness that was Mary seemed to stir and mingle with the very urgent sweetness of that garden, with the dim, blue glory of the African night, and with all the stars in their endless courses, so that Stephen could have wept aloud as she stood there, because of the words that must not be spoken. For now that this girl was returning to health, her youth was becoming even more apparent, and something in the quality of Mary's youth, something terrible and ruthless as an unsheathed sword, would leap out at such moments and stand between them. Mary slipped a small, cool hand into Stephen's, and they walked on towards the edge of the headland. For a long time they gazed out over the sea, while their thoughts were always of one another. But Mary's thoughts were not very coherent, and because she was filled with a vague discontent, she sighed and moved even nearer to Stephen, who suddenly put an arm round her shoulder. Stephen said, "Are you tired, you little child?" And her husky voice was infinitely gentle, so that Mary's eyes filled with sudden tears. She answered, "I've waited a long, long time, all my life, and now that I've found you at last, I can't get near you." "Why is it? Tell me. Aren't you near? It seems to me you're quite near." And Stephen must smile in spite of herself. "Yes, but you feel such a long way away." "That's because you're not only tired out but foolish." Yet they lingered, for when they returned to the villa they would part, and they dreaded these moments of parting. Sometimes they would suddenly remember the night before it had fallen, and when this happened each would be conscious of a very great sadness which their hearts would divine, the one from the other. But presently Stephen took Mary's arm. "I believe that big star's moved over more than 6 inches. It's late, we must have been out here for ages." And she led the girl slowly back to the villa. For the days slipped by, days of splendid sunshine that gave bodily health and strength to Mary. Her pale skin was tanned to a healthful brown, and her eyes no longer looked heavy with fatigue, only now their expression was seldom happy. She and Stephen would ride far afield on their mules. They would often ride right up into the mountains, climbing the hill to old Orotava, where the women sat at their green postigos through the long, quiet hours of their indolent day and right on into the evening. The walls of the town would be covered with flowers, jasmine, plumbago, and bougainvillea. But they would not linger in old Orotava. Pressing on they would climb always up and up to the region of health and trailing arbutus, and beyond that again to the higher slopes that had once been the home of a mighty forest. Now, only a few Spanish chestnut trees remained to mark the decline of that forest. Sometimes they took their luncheon along, and when they did this young Pedro went with them, for he it was who must drive the mule that carried Concha's ample lunch basket. Pedro adored these impromptu excursions. They made an excuse for neglecting the garden. He would saunter along chewing blades of grass, or the stem of some flower he had torn from a wall, or perhaps he would sing softly under his breath, for he knew many songs of his native island. But if the mule Celestino should stumble, or presume, in his turn, to tear flowers from a wall, then Pedro would suddenly cease his soft singing and shout guttural remarks to old Celestino, via, burro. "Celestino, Arbu," he would shout with a slap, so that Celestino must swallow his flowers in one angry gulp, before having a sly kick at Pedro. The lunch would be eaten in the cool upland air, while the beasts stood near at hand, placidly grazing. Against a sky of incredible blueness the peak would gleam as though powdered with crystal tide, mighty mountain of snow with the heart of fire and the brow of crystal. Down the winding tracks would come goats with their herds, the tinkle of goat bells breaking the stillness. And as all such things have seemed wonderful to lovers throughout the ages, even so now they seemed very wonderful to Mary and Stephen. There were days when, leaving the uplands for the vale, they would ride past the big banana plantations and the glowing acres of ripe tomatoes. Geraniums and agaves would be growing side by side in the black volcanic dust of the roadway. From the stretching valley of Orotava they would see the rugged line of the mountains. The mountains would look blue, like the African nights, all save Tide, clothed in her crystalline whiteness. And now while they sat together in the garden at evening, there would sometimes come beggars, singing, ragged fellows who played deftly on their guitars and sang songs whose old melodies hailed from Spain, but whose words sprang straight from the heart of the island, Aay. Before I saw thee I was at peace, but now I am tormented because I have seen thee. Take away mine eyes, O enemy. O beloved. Take away mine eyes, for they have turned me to fire. My blood is as the fire in the heart of tide. Aay. Before I saw thee I was at peace. The strange minor music with its restless rhythms, possessed a very potent enchantment, so that the heart beat faster to hear it, and the mind grew mazed with forbidden thoughts, and the soul grew heavy with the infinite sadness of fulfilled desire, but the body knew only the urge towards a complete fulfillment. Aay. Before I saw thee I was at peace. They would not understand the soft Spanish words, and yet as they sat there they could but divine their meaning, for love is no slave of mere language. Mary would want Stephen to take her in her arms, so must rest her cheek against Stephen's shoulder, as though they too had a right to such music, had a right to their share in the love songs of the world. But Stephen would always move away quickly. "Let's go in," she would mutter, and her voice would sound rough, for that bright sword of youth would have leapt out between them. 5. There came days when they purposely avoided each other, trying to find peace in separation. Stephen would go for long rides alone, leaving Mary to idle about the villa, and when she got back Mary would not speak, but would wander away by herself to the garden. For Stephen had grown almost harsh at times, possessed as she now was by something like terror, since it seemed to her that what she must say to this creature she loved would come as a death blow, that all youth and all joy would be slain in Mary. Tormented in body and mind and spirit, she would push the girl away from her roughly. "Leave me alone, I can't bear any more. Stephen, I don't understand. Do you hate me?" "Hate you? Of course you don't understand, only, I tell you I simply can't bear it." They would stare at each other pale-faced and shaken. The long nights became even harder to endure, for now they would feel so terribly divided. Their days would be heavy with misunderstandings, their nights filled with doubts, apprehensions, and longings. They would often have parted as enemies, and therein would lie the great loneliness of it. As time went on they grew deeply despondent, their despondency robbing the sun of its brightness, robbing the little goat bells of their music, robbing the dark of its luminous glory. The songs of the beggars who sang in the garden at the hour when the Santa Noche smelt sweetest, those songs would seem full of a cruel gibing. Aay. Before I saw thee I was at peace, but now I am tormented because I have seen thee. Thus were all things becoming less good in their sight, less perfect because of their own frustration. 6. But Mary Llewellyn was no coward and no weakling, and one night, at long last, pride came to her rescue. She said, "I want to speak to you, Stephen." "Not now, it's so late tomorrow morning." "No, now." And she followed Stephen into her bedroom. For a moment they avoided each other's eyes, then Mary began to talk rather fast. "I can't stay. It's all been a heartbreaking mistake. I thought you wanted me because you cared. I thought, oh, I don't know what I thought, but I won't accept your charity, Stephen, not now that you've grown to hate me like this. I'm going back home to England. I forced myself on you, I asked you to take me. I must have been mad, you just took me out of pity, you thought that I was ill and you felt sorry for me. Well, now I'm not ill and not mad anymore, and I'm going. Every time I come near you you shrink or push me away as though I repelled you. But I want us to part quickly because—" Her voice broke, "because it torments me to be always with you and to feel that you've literally grown to hate me. I can't stand it, I'd rather not see you, Stephen." Stephen stared at her, white and aghast. Then all in a moment the restraint of years was shattered as though by some mighty convulsion. She remembered nothing, was conscious of nothing except that the creature she loved was going. You child, she gasped, you don't understand, you can't understand. God help me, I love you. And now she had the girl in her arms and was kissing her eyes and her mouth. Mary! Mary! They stood there lost to all sense of time, to all sense of reason, to all things save each other, in the grip of what can be one of the most relentless of all the human emotions. Then Stephen's arms suddenly fell to her sides. Stop, stop, for God's sake, you've got to listen. Oh, but now she must pay to the uttermost farthing for the madness that had left those words unspoken, even as her father had paid before her. With Mary's kisses still hot on her lips, she must pay, and pay unto the uttermost farthing. And because of an anguish that seemed past endurance, she spoke roughly. The words when they came were cruel. She spared neither the girl who must listen to them, nor herself who must force her to stand there and listen. Have you understood? Do you realize now what it's going to mean if you give yourself to me? Then she stopped abruptly. Mary was crying. Stephen said, and her voice had grown quite toneless, it's too much to ask, you're right, it's too much. I had to tell you, forgive me, Mary. But Mary turned on her with very bright eyes. You can say that, you, who talk about loving. What do I care for all you've told me? What do I care for the world's opinion? What do I care for anything but you, and you just as you are, I love you. Do you think I'm crying because of what you've told me? I'm crying because of your dear, scarred face, the misery on it. Can't you understand that all that I am belongs to you, Stephen? Stephen bent down and kissed Mary's hands very humbly, for now she could find no words any more, and that night they were not divided. Chapter 39. 1a Strange, though to them a very natural thing it seemed, this new and ardent fulfillment, having something fine and urgent about it that lay almost beyond the range of their wills. Something primitive and age-old as nature herself, did their love appear to Mary and Stephen. For now they were in the grip of creation, of creation's terrific urge to create, the urge that will sometimes sweep forward blindly alike into fruitful and sterile channels. That well-nigh intolerable life force would grip them, making them a part of its own existence, so that they who might never create a new life, were yet one at such moments with the fountain of living. Oh, great and incomprehensible unreason! But beyond the bounds of this turbulent river would lie gentle and most placid harbors of refuge, harbors in which the body could repose with contentment, while the lips spoke slow, indolent words, and the eyes beheld a dim, golden haze that blinded the while it revealed all beauty. Then Stephen would stretch out her hand and touch Mary where she lay, happy only to feel her nearness. The hours would slip by towards dawn or sunset, flowers would open and close in the bountiful garden, and perhaps, if it should chance to be evening, beggars would come to that garden, singing, ragged fellows who played deftly on their guitars and sang songs whose old melodies hailed from Spain, but whose words sprang straight from the heart of the island. Oh, thou whom I love, thou art small and guileless, thy lips are as cool as the sea at moonrise. But after the moon there cometh the sun, after the evening there cometh the morning. The sea is warmed by the kiss of the sun, even so shall my kisses bring warmth to thy lips. Oh, thou whom I love, thou art small and guileless. And now Mary need no longer sigh with unrest, need no longer lay her cheek against Stephen's shoulder, for her rightful place was in Stephen's arms, and there she would be, overwhelmed by the peace that comes at such times to all happy lovers. They would sit together in a little arbor that looked out over miles upon miles of ocean. The water would flush with the afterglow, then change to a soft, indefinite purple, then, fired anew by the African night, would gleam with that curious, deep blue glory for a space before the swift rising of the moon. Thy lips are as cool as the sea at moonrise, but after the moon there cometh the sun. And Stephen, as she held the girl in her arms, would feel that indeed she was all things to Mary, father, mother, friend, and lover, all things, and Mary all things to her, the child, the friend, the beloved, all things. But Mary, because she was perfect woman, would rest without thought, without exultation, without question, finding no need to question, since for her there was now only one thing, Stephen. Time, that most ruthless enemy of lovers, strode callously forward into the spring. It was March, so that down at the noisy Porto the bougainvilleas were in their full glory, while up in the old town of Orotava bloomed great laden bushes of white camellias. In the garden of the villa the orange trees flowered, and the little arbor that looked over the sea was covered by an ancient wisteria vine whose mighty trunk was as thick as 3 saplings. But in spite of a haunting shadow of regret at the thought of leaving Orotava, Stephen was deeply and thankfully happy. A happiness such as she had never conceived could be hers, now possessed her body and soul, and Mary also was happy. Stephen would ask her, "Do I content you? Tell me, is there anything you want in the world?" Mary's answer was always the same. She would say very gravely, "Only you, Stephen." Ramon had begun to speculate about them, these 2 English women who were so devoted. He would shrug his shoulders. Dios! What did it matter? They were courteous to him and exceedingly generous. If the elder one had an ugly red scar down her cheek, the younger one seemed not to mind it. The younger one was beautiful, though, as beautiful as the Santa Noche. Someday she would get a real man to love her. As for Concha and the cross-eyed Esmeralda, their tongues were muted by their ill-gotten gains. They grew rich thanks to Stephen's complete indifference to the price of such trifles as sugar and candles. Esmeralda's afflicted eyes were quite sharp, yet she said to Concha, "I see less than nothing." And Concha answered, "I also see nothing. It is better to suppose that there is nothing to see. They are wealthy and the big one is very careless. She trusts me completely and I do my utmost. She is so taken up with the Amaiata that I really believe I could easily rob her. Quien sabe? They are certainly queer, those 2. However, I am blind, it is better so, and in any case they are only the English." But Pedro was very sorely afflicted, for Pedro had fallen in love with Mary, and now he must stay at home in the garden when she and Stephen rode up to the mountains. Now they wished to be all alone, it seemed, and what food they took would be stuffed into a pocket. It was spring and Pedro was deeply enamored, so that he sighed as he tended the roses, sighed and stubbed the hard earth with his toes, and made insolent faces at the good-tempered Ramon, and killed flies with a kind of grim desperation, and sang songs of longing under his breath. Aay, thou art to me as the mountain. Would I could melt thy virginal snows. Would I could kick thy behind, grinned Ramon. One evening Mary asked Pedro to sing, speaking to him in her halting Spanish. So Pedro went off and got his guitar, but when he must stand there and sing before Mary he could only stammer a childish old song having in it nothing of passion and longing. "I was born on a reef that is washed by the sea, it is a part of Spain that is called Tenerife. I was born on a reef," sang the unhappy Pedro. Stephen felt sorry for the lanky boy with the lovesick eyes, and so to console him she offered him money, 10 pesetas, for she knew that these people set much store by money. But Pedro seemed to have grown very tall as he gently but firmly refused consolation. Then he suddenly burst into tears and fled, leaving his little guitar behind him. The days were too short, as were now the nights, those spring nights of soft heat and incredible moonlight. And because they both felt that something was passing, they would turn their minds to thoughts of the future. The future was drawing very near to the present. In less than 3 weeks they must start for Paris. Mary would suddenly cling to Stephen, say that "You'll never leave me, beloved." "How could I leave you and go on living? Thus their talk of the future would often drift into talk of love, that is always timeless. On their lips, as in their hearts, would be words such as countless other lovers had spoken, for love is the sweetest monotony that was ever conceived of by the Creator. Promise you'll never stop loving me, Stephen. Never. You know that I couldn't marry. Even to themselves their vows would sound foolish, because so inadequate to compass their meaning. Language is surely too small a vessel to contain those emotions of mind and body that have somehow awakened a response in the spirit. And now when they climbed the long hill to the town of Old Orotava on their way to the mountains, they would pause to examine certain flowers minutely, or to stare down the narrow, shadowy by-streets. And when they had reached the cool upland places, and their mules were loosed and placidly grazing, they would sit hand in hand looking out at the peak, trying to impress such pictures on their minds, because all things pass and they wished to remember. The goat bells would break the lovely stillness, together with the greater stillness of their dreaming. But the sound of the bells would be lovely also, a part of their dreaming, a part of the stillness, for all things would seem to be welded together, to be one, even as they two were now one. They no longer felt desolate, hungry outcasts, unloved and unwanted, despised of the world. They were lovers who walked in the vineyard of life, plucking the warm, sweet fruits of that vineyard. Love had lifted them up as on wings of fire, had made them courageous, invincible, enduring. Nothing could be lacking to those who loved. The very earth gave of her fullest bounty. The earth seemed to come alive in response to the touch of their healthful and eager bodies. Nothing could be lacking to those who loved. And thus in a cloud of illusion and glory, sped the last enchanted days at Orotava. Book 5 Chapter 41 Early in April Stephen and Mary returned to the house in Paris. This second homecoming seemed wonderfully sweet by reason of its peaceful and happy completeness, so that they turned to smile at each other as they passed through the door, and Stephen said very softly, "Welcome home, Mary." And now for the first time the old house was home. Mary went quickly from room to room humming a little tune as she did so, feeling that she saw with a new understanding the inanimate objects which filled those rooms were they not Stephen's. Every now and again she must pause to touch them because they were Stephen's. Then she turned and went into Stephen's bedroom, not timidly, dreading to be unwelcome, but quite without fear or restraint or shyness, and this gave her a warm little glow of pleasure. Stephen was busily grooming her hair with a couple of brushes that had been dipped in water. The water had darkened her hair in patches, but had deepened the wide wave above her forehead. Seeing Mary in the glass she did not turn round, but just smiled for a moment at their two reflections. Mary sat down in an armchair and watched her, noticing the strong, thin line of her thighs, noticing too the curve of her breasts light and compact, of a certain beauty. She had taken off her jacket and looked very tall in her soft silk shirt and her skirt of dark serge. "Tired?" she inquired, glancing down at the girl. "No, not a bit tired," smiled Mary. Stephen walked over to the stationary basin and proceeded to wash her hands under the tap, spotting her white silk cuffs in the process. Going to the cupboard she got out a clean shirt, slipped in a pair of simple gold cuff links, and changed, after which she put on a new necktie. Mary said, "Who's been looking after your clothes, sewing on buttons and that sort of thing?" "I don't know exactly, Puddle or Adele." "Why?" "Because I'm going to do it in future. You'll find that I've got one very real talent, and that's darning. When I darn the place looks like a basket, crisscross. And I know how to pick up a ladder as well as the invisible mending people. It's very important that the darns should be smooth, otherwise when you fence they might give you a blister." Stephen's lips twitched a little, but she said quite gravely, "Thanks awfully, darling, we'll go over my stockings." From the dressing room next door came a series of thuds. Pierre was depositing Stephen's luggage. Getting up, Mary opened the wardrobe, revealing a long, neat line of suits hanging from heavy mahogany shoulders. She examined each suit in turn with great interest. Presently she made her way to the cupboard in the wall. It was fitted with sliding shelves, and these she pulled out one by one with precaution. On the shelves there were orderly piles of shirts, crepe de chine pajamas, quite a goodly assortment, and the heavy silk masculine underwear that for several years now had been worn by Stephen. Finally she discovered the stockings where they lay by themselves in the one long drawer, and these she proceeded to unfurl deftly, with a quick and slightly important movement. Thrusting a fist into toes and heels, she looked for the holes that were non-existent. "You must have paid a lot for these stockings, they're hand-knitted silk," murmured Mary gravely. "I forget what I paid. Puddle got them from England." "Who did she order them from, do you know?" "I can't remember, some woman or other." But Mary persisted, "I shall want her address." Stephen smiled. "Why? Are you going to order my stockings?" "Darling, do you think I'll let you go barefoot?" "Of course I'm going to order your stockings." Stephen rested her elbow on the mantelpiece and stood gazing at Mary with her chin on her hand. As she did so she was struck once again by the look of youth that was characteristic of Mary. She looked much less than her 22 years in her simple dress with its leather belt. She looked indeed little more than a schoolgirl. And yet there was something quite new in her face, a soft, wise expression that Stephen had put there, so that she suddenly felt pitiful to see her so young yet so full of this wisdom, for sometimes the coming of passion to youth, in spite of its glory, will be strangely pathetic. Mary rolled up the stockings with a sigh of regret. Alas, they would not require darning. She was at the stage of being in love when she longed to do womanly tasks for Stephen. But all Stephen's clothes were discouragingly neat. Mary thought that she must be very well served, which was true. She was served, as are certain men, with a great deal of nicety and care by the servants. And now Stephen was filling her cigarette case from the big box that lived on her dressing table, and now she was strapping on her gold wrist watch, and now she was brushing some dust from her coat, and now she was frowning at herself in the glass for a second as she twitched her immaculate necktie. Mary had seen her do all this before, many times, but today somehow it was different, for today they were in their own home together, so that these little intimate things seemed more dear than they had done at Orotava. The bedroom could only have belonged to Stephen, a large, airy room, very simply furnished, white walls, old oak, and a wide, bricked hearth on which some large, friendly logs were burning. The bed could only have been Stephen's bed. It was heavy and rather austere in pattern. It looked solemn as Mary had seen Stephen look, and was covered by a bedspread of old blue brocade, otherwise it remained quite guiltless of trimmings. The chairs could only have been Stephen's chairs, a little reserved, not conducive to lounging. The dressing table could only have been hers, with its tall silver mirror and ivory brushes. And all these things had drawn into themselves a species of life derived from their owner, until they seemed to be thinking of Stephen with a dumbness that made their thoughts more insistent, and their thoughts gathered strength and mingled with Mary's so that she heard herself cry out, "Stephen," in a voice that was not very far from tears, because of the joy she felt in that name. And Stephen answered her, "Mary." Then they stood very still, grown abruptly silent. And each of them felt a little afraid, for the realization of great mutual love can at times be so overwhelming a thing, that even the bravest of hearts may grow fearful. And although they could not have put it into words, could not have explained it to themselves or to each other, they seemed at that moment to be looking beyond the turbulent flood of earthly passion, to be looking straight into the eyes of a love that was changed, a love made perfect, discarnate. But the moment passed and they drew together. 2. The spring they had left behind in Orotava overtook them quite soon, and one day there it was blowing softly along the old streets of the quarter, the Rue de Seine, the Rue de Saints Paris, the Rue Bonaparte and their own Rue Jacob. And who can resist the first spring days in Paris? Brighter than ever looked the patches of sky when glimpsed between rows of tall, flat-bosomed houses. From the Pont d'Arts could be seen a river that was one wide, ingratiating smile of sunshine, while beyond in the Rue de Petits Champs, spring ran up and down the passage Choiseul, striking gleams of gold from its dirty glass roof, the roof that looks like the vertebral column of some prehistoric monster. All over the Bois there was bursting of buds, a positive orgy of growth and greenness. The miniature waterfall lifted its voice in an effort to roar as loud as Niagara. Birds sang. Dogs yapped or barked or bayed according to their size and the tastes of their owners. Children appeared in the Champs-Élysées with bright-colored balloons which tried to escape and which, given the ghost of a chance, always did so. In the Tuileries Gardens boys with brown legs and innocent socks were hiring toy boats from the man who provided bateaux de location. The fountains tossed clouds of spray into the air, and just for fun made an occasional rainbow. Then the Arc de Triomphe would be seen through an arc that was, thanks to the sun, even more triumphal. As for the very old lady in her kiosk, the one who sells box, gros isle, lemonade, and such simple foodstuffs as brioches and croissants, as for her, she appeared in a new frilled bonnet and a fine worsted shawl on one memorable Sunday. Smiling she was too, from ear to ear, in spite of the fact that her mouth was toothless, for this fact she only remembered in winter when the east wind started her empty gums aching. Under the quiet, grey wings of the Madeleine the flower stalls were bright with the glory of God, anemones, jonquils, daffodils, tulips, mimosa that left gold dust on the fingers, and the faintly perfumed ascetic white lilac that had come in the train from the Riviera. There were also hyacinths, pink, red and blue, and many small trees of sturdy azalea. Oh, but the spring was shouting through Paris. It was in the hearts and the eyes of the people. The very dray horses jangled their bells more loudly because of the spring in their drivers. The debauched old taxis tooted their horns and spun round the corners as though on a racetrack. Even such glacial things as the diamonds in the Rue de la Paix were kindled to fire as the sun pierced their facets right through to their entrails, while the sapphires glowed as those African nights had glowed in the garden at Orotava. Was it likely that Stephen could finish her book, she who had Paris in springtime with Mary? Was it likely that Mary could urge her to do so, she who had Paris in springtime with Stephen? There was so much to see, so much to show Mary, so many new things to discover together. And now Stephen felt grateful to Jonathan Brockett, who had gone to such pains to teach her Paris. Idle she was, let it not be denied, idle and happy and utterly carefree. A lover, who, like many another before her, was under the spell of the loved one's existence. She would wake in the mornings to find Mary beside her, and all through the day she would keep beside Mary, and at night they would lie in each other's arms. God alone knows who shall dare judge of such matters. In any case, Stephen was too much bewitched to be troubled just then by hair-splitting problems. Life had become a new revelation. The most mundane things were invested with glory, shopping with Mary, who needed quite a number of dresses. And then there was food that was eaten together, the careful perusal of wine card and menu. They would lunch or have dinner at l'Opéra's, surely still the most Epicurean restaurant in the whole of an Epicurean city. So humble it looks with its modest entrance on the Quai des Grands Augustins, so humble that a stranger might well pass it by unnoticed, but not so Stephen, who had been there with Brockett. Mary loved Pruniers in the Rue Dupat, because of its galaxy of sea monsters. A whole counter there was of incredible creatures, oursins, black-armored and covered with prickles, bigorneaux, serpent-like anguilles fumes, and many other exciting things that Stephen mistrusted for English stomachs. They would sit at their own particular table, one of the tables upstairs by the window, for the manager came very quickly to know them and would smile and bow grandly, "Bonjour, mesdames." When they left, the attendant who kept the flower basket would give Mary a neat little bouquet of roses. "Au revoir, mesdames. Merci bien à bientôt." For everyone had pretty manners at Prunier's. A few people might stare at the tall, scarred woman in her well-tailored clothes and black slouch hat. They would stare first at her and then at her companion, mais regardez monsieur. Elle est belle, la petite, comme c'est rigolo. There would be a few smiles, but on the whole they would attract little notice. Ilsnontvu bien d'autres. It was post-war Paris. Sometimes, having dined, they would saunter towards home through streets that were crowded with others who sauntered, men and women, a couple of women together always too. The fine night seemed prolific of couples. In the air there would be the inconsequent feeling that belongs to the night life of most great cities, above all to the careless night life of Paris, where problems are apt to vanish with sunset. The lure of the brightly lighted boulevards, the lure of the dim and mysterious by-streets would grip them so that they would not turn homeward for quite a long while, but would just go on walking. The moon, less clear than at Orotava, less innocent doubtless, yet scarcely less lovely, would come sailing over the Place de la Concorde, staring down at the dozens of other white moons that had managed to get themselves caught by the standards. In the cafes would be crowds of indolent people, for the French who work hard know well how to idle, and these cafes would smell of hot coffee and sawdust, of rough, strong tobacco, of men and women. Beneath the arcades there would be the shop windows, illuminated and bright with temptation. But Mary would usually stare into sulcas, picking out scarves or neckties for Stephen. "That one. We'll come and buy it tomorrow." "Oh, Stephen, do wait, look at that dressing gown." And Stephen might laugh and pretend to be bored, though she secretly nurtured a weakness for sulcas. Down the Rue de Rivoli they would walk arm in arm, until turning at last, they would pass the old church of Saint Germain, the church from whose Gothic tower had been rung the first call to a most bloody slaying. But now that tower would be grim with silence, dreaming the composite dreams of Paris, dreams that were heavy with blood and beauty, with innocence and lust, with joy and despair, with life and death, with heaven and hell, all the curious composite dreams of Paris. Then crossing the river they would reach the quarter and their house, where Stephen would slip her latchkey into the door and would know the warm feeling that can come of a union between door and latchkey. With a sigh of contentment they would find themselves at home once again in the quiet old Rue Jacob. 3. They went to see the kind Mademoiselle Duphat, and this visit seemed momentous to Mary. She gazed with something almost like awe at the woman who had had the teaching of Stephen. "Oh, but yes," smiled Mademoiselle Duphat, "I teached her. She was terribly naughty over her dictée. She would write remarks about the poor Henry, trace impertinent she would be about Henry. Stephen A was a queer little child and naughty, but so dear I could never scold her. With me she done everything her own way." "Please tell me about that time," coaxed Mary. So Mademoiselle Duphat sat down beside Mary and patted her hand. "Like me, you love her. Well, now let me recall. She would sometimes get angry, very angry, and then she would go to the stables and talk to her horse. But when she fence it was marvelous, she fence like a man, and she only a baby but extreme and strong. And then the memories went on and on, such a store she possessed, the kind Mademoiselle Duphat. As she talked her heart went out to the girl, for she felt a great tenderness towards young things. "I am glad that you come to live with our Stephen A now that Mademoiselle Puddle is at Morton. Stephen A would be desolate in the big house. It is charming for both of you, this new arrangement. While she work you look after the menage, is it not so?" You take care of Stephen she take care of you. We, I am glad you have come to Paris. Julie stroked Mary's smooth young cheek, then her arm, for she wished to observe through her fingers. She smiled, very young, also very kind. I like so much the feel of your kindness, it gives me a warm and so happy sensation, because with all kindness there must be much good. Was she quite blind after all, the poor Julie? And hearing her, Stephen flushed with pleasure, and her eyes that could see turned and rested on Mary with a gentle and very profound expression in their depths. At that moment they were calmly thoughtful, as though brooding upon the mystery of life, one might almost have said the eyes of a mother. A happy and pleasant visit it had been. They talked about it all through the evening. Chapter 41. 1. Burton, who had enlisted in the Worcesters soon after Stephen had found work in London, Burton was now back again in Paris, loudly demanding a brand new motor. The car looks awful. Snub-nosed, she looks peculiar, all tucked up in the bonnet, he declared. So Stephen bought a touring Renault and a smart little landaulet for Mary. The choosing of the cars was the greatest fun. Mary climbed in and out of hers at least 6 times while it stood in the showroom. Is it comfortable? Stephen must keep on asking, do you want them to pad it out more at the back? Are you perfectly sure you like the grey whipcord? Because if you don't it can be re-upholstered. Mary laughed, I'm climbing in and out from sheer swank, just to show that it's mine. Will they send it soon? Almost at once, I hope, smiled Stephen. Very splendid it seemed to her now to have money, because of what money could do for Mary. In the shops they must sometimes behave like 2 children, having endless things dragged out for inspection. They drove to Versailles in the new touring car and wandered for hours through the lovely gardens. The Hameau no longer seemed sad to Stephen, for Mary, and she brought love back to the Hameau. Then they drove to the forest of Fontainebleau, and wherever they went there was singing of birds, challenging, jubilant, provocative singing, look at us, look at us. We're happy, Stephen. And Stephen's heart shouted back, so are we. Look at us, look at us, look at us. We're happy. When they were not driving into the country, or amusing themselves by ransacking Paris, Stephen would fence, to keep herself fit would fence as never before with Buisson, so that Buisson would sometimes say with a grin, Mais voyons, voyons. I have done you no wrong, yet it almost appears that you wish to kill me. The foils laid aside, he might turn to Mary, still grinning, she fence very well, your friend. She lunged like a man, so strong and so graceful. Which considering all things was generous of Buisson. But suddenly Buisson would grow very angry, more than 70 francs have I paid to my cook and for nothing. Bon Dieu! Is this winning the war? We starve, we go short of our butter and chickens, and before it is better it is surely much worse. We are all imbeciles, we kind-hearted French, we starve ourselves to fatten the Germans. Are they grateful? Sacre nom. Mais oui, they are grateful, they love us so much that they spit in our faces. And quite often this mood would be vented on Stephen. To Mary, however, he was usually polite, you like our Paris? I am glad, that is good. You make the home with Mademoiselle Gordon, I hope you prevent her injurious smoking. And in spite of his outbursts Mary adored him, because of his interest in Stephen's fencing. One evening towards the end of June, Jonathan Brockett walked in serenely, hello, Stephen. Here I am, I've turned up again, not that I love you, I positively hate you. I've been keeping away for weeks and weeks. Why did you never answer my letters? Not so much as a line on a picture postcard. There's something in this more than meets the eye. And where's Puddle? She used to be kind to me once. I shall lay my head down on her bosom and weep." He stopped abruptly, seeing Mary Llewellyn, who got up from her deep armchair in the corner. Stephen said, "Mary, this is Jonathan Brockett, an old friend of mine, we're fellow writers." "Brockett, this is Mary Llewellyn." Brockett shot a swift glance in Stephen's direction, then he bowed and gravely shook hands with Mary. And now Stephen was to see yet another side of this strange and unexpected creature. With infinite courtesy and tact he went out of his way to make himself charming. Never by so much as a word or a look did he once allow it to be inferred that his quick mind had seized on the situation. Brockett's manner suggested an innocence that he was very far from possessing. Stephen began to study him with interest. They two had not met since before the war. He had thickened, his figure was more robust, there was muscle and flesh on his wide, straight shoulders. And she thought that his face had certainly aged, little bags were showing under his eyes, and rather deep lines at the sides of his mouth. The war had left its mark upon Brockett. Only his hands remained unchanged, those white and soft-skinned hands of a woman. He was saying, "So you two were in the same unit." That was a great stroke of luck for Stephen. I mean, she'd be feeling horribly lonely now that old Puddle's gone back to England. Stephen's distinguished herself, I see, Croix de Guerre and a very becoming scar. Don't protest, my dear Stephen, you know it's becoming. All that happened to me was a badly sprained ankle, he laughed. Fancy going out to Mesopotamia to slip on a bit of orange peel. I might have done better than that here in Paris. By the way, I'm in my own flat again now. I hope you'll bring Miss Llewellyn to luncheon. He did not stay embarrassingly late, nor did he leave suggestively early. He got up to go at just the right moment. But when Mary went out of the room to call Pierre, he quite suddenly put his arm through Stephen's. "Good luck, my dear, you deserve it," he murmured, and his sharp grey eyes had grown almost gentle. "I hope you'll be very, very happy." Stephen quietly disengaged her arm with a look of surprise. "Happy? Thank you, Brockett," she smiled, as she lighted a cigarette. They could not tear themselves away from their home, and that summer they remained in Paris. There were always so many things to do. Mary's bedroom entirely to refurnish, for instance. She had Puddle's old room overlooking the garden. When the city seemed to be growing too airless, they motored off happily into the country, spending a couple of nights at an auberge, for France abounds in green, pleasant places. Once or twice they lunched with Jonathan Brockett at his flat in the Avenue Victor Hugo, a beautiful flat since his taste was perfect, and he dined with them before leaving for Deauville. His manner continued to be studiously guarded. The Duphots had gone for their holiday and Buisson was away in Spain for a month, but what did they want that summer with people? On those evenings when they did not go out, Stephen would now read aloud to Mary, leading the girl's adaptable mind into new and hitherto unexplored channels, teaching her the joy that can lie in books, even as Sir Philip had once taught his daughter. Mary had read so little in her life that the choice of books seemed practically endless, but Stephen must make a start by reading that immortal classic of their own Paris, Peter Ibbetson, and Mary said, "Stephen, if we were ever parted, do you think that you and I could dream true?" And Stephen answered, "I often wonder whether we're not dreaming true all the time, whether the only truth isn't in dreaming." Then they talked for a while of such nebulous things as dreams, which will seem very concrete to lovers. Sometimes Stephen would read aloud in French, for she wanted the girl to grow better acquainted with the lure of that fascinating language. And thus gradually, with infinite care, did she seek to fill the more obvious gaps in Mary's none too complete education. And Mary, listening to Stephen's voice, rather deep and always a little husky, would think that words were more tuneful than music and more inspiring, when spoken by Stephen. At this time many gentle and friendly things began to bear witness to Mary's presence. There were flowers in the quiet old garden, for instance, and some large red carp in the fountain's basin, and two married couples of white fantail pigeons who lived in a house on a tall wooden leg and kept up a convivial cooing. These pigeons lacked all respect for Stephen. By August they were flying in at her window and landing with soft, heavy thuds on her desk, where they strutted until she fed them with maize. And because they were Mary's and Mary loved them, Stephen would laugh, as unruffled as they were, and would patiently coax them back into the garden with bribes for their plump little circular crops. In the turret room that had been Puddle's sanctum, there were now 3 cagefuls of Mary's rescues, tiny bright-colored birds with dejected plumage, and eyes that had filmed from a lack of sunshine. Mary was always bringing them home from the terrible bird shops along the river, for her love of such helpless and suffering things was so great that she in her turn must suffer. An ill-treated creature would haunt her for days, so that Stephen would often exclaim half in earnest, "Go and buy up all the animal shops in Paris, anything, darling, only don't look unhappy." The tiny bright-colored birds would revive to some extent, thanks to Mary's skilled treatment, but since she always bought the most ailing, not a few of them left this disheartening world for what we must hope was a warm, wild heaven. There were several small graves already in the garden. Then one morning, when Mary went out alone because Stephen had letters to write to Morton, she chanced on yet one more desolate creature who followed her home to the Rue Jacob, and right into Stephen's immaculate study. It was large, ungainly, and appallingly thin. It was coated with mud which had dried on its nose, its back, its legs, and all over its stomach. Its paws were heavy, its ears were long, and its tail, like the tail of a rat, looked hairless, but curved up to a point in a miniature sickle. Its face was as smooth as though made out of plush, and its luminous eyes were the color of amber. Mary said, "Oh, Stephen, he wanted to come. He's got a sore paw, look at him, he's limping." Then this tramp of a dog hobbled over to the table and stood there gazing dumbly at Stephen, who must stroke his anxious, disheveled head. "I suppose this means that we're going to keep him." "Darling, I'm dreadfully afraid it does. He says he's sorry to be such a mongrel." "He needn't apologize," Stephen smiled. "He's all right. He's an Irish water spaniel, though what he's doing out here the Lord knows. I've never seen one before in Paris." They fed him, and later that afternoon they gave him a bath in Stephen's bathroom. The result of that bath, which was disconcerting as far as the room went, they left to Adele. The room was a bog, but Mary's rescue had emerged a mass of chocolate ringlets, all save his charming plush-covered face, and his curious tail, which was curved like a sickle. Then they bound the sore pad and took him downstairs, after which Mary wanted to know all about him, so Stephen unearthed an illustrated dog book from a cupboard under the study bookcase. "Oh, look," exclaimed Mary, reading over her shoulder, "he's not Irish at all, he's really a Welshman. We find in the Welsh laws of Howelda the first reference to this intelligent spaniel. The Iberians brought the breed to Ireland. Of course, that's why he followed me home. He knew I was Welsh the moment he saw me." Stephen laughed. "Yes, his hair grows up from a peak like yours. It must be a national failing. Well, what shall we call him?" "His name's important, it ought to be quite short." "David," said Mary. The dog looked gravely from one to the other for a moment, then he lay down at Mary's feet, dropping his chin on his bandaged paw, and closing his eyes with a grunt of contentment. And so it had suddenly come to pass that they who had lately been 2, were now 3. There were Stephen and Mary. There was also David. Chapter 42. One that October there arose the first dark cloud. It drifted over to Paris from England, for Anna wrote asking Stephen to Morton, but with never a mention of Mary Llewellyn. Not that she ever did mention their friendship in her letters, indeed she completely ignored it, yet this invitation which excluded the girl seemed to Stephen an intentional slight upon Mary. A hot flush of anger spread up to her brow as she read and reread her mother's brief letter. I want to discuss some important points regarding the management of the estate. As the place will eventually come to you, I think we should try to keep more in touch. Then a list of the points Anna wished to discuss. They seemed very trifling indeed to Stephen. She put the letter away in a drawer and sat staring darkly out of the window. In the garden Mary was talking to David, persuading him not to retrieve the pigeons. If my mother had invited her 10 times over I'd never have taken her to Morton, Stephen muttered. Oh, but she knew, and only too well, what it would mean should they be there together, the lies, the despicable subterfuges, as though they were little less than criminals. It would be, Mary, don't hang about my bedroom, be careful of course while we're here at Morton, it's my mother, she can't understand these things, to her they would seem an outrage, an insult. And then the guard set upon eyes and lips, the feeling of guilt at so much as a hand touch, the pretense of a careless, quite usual friendship. Mary, don't look at me as though you cared, you did this evening, remember my mother. Intolerable quagmire of lies and deceit. The degrading of all that to them was sacred, a very gross degrading of love, and through love a gross degrading of Mary. Mary so loyal and as yet so gallant, but so pitifully untried in the war of existence. Warned only by words, the words of a lover, and what were mere words when it came to actions. And the aging woman with the faraway eyes, eyes that could yet be so cruel, so accusing they might turn and rest with repugnance on Mary, even as once they had rested on Stephen. I would rather see you dead at my feet. A fearful saying, and yet she had meant it, that aging woman with the faraway eyes, she had uttered it knowing herself to be a mother. But that at least should be hidden from Mary. She began to consider the aging woman who had scourged her but whom she had so deeply wounded, and as she did so the depth of that wound made her shrink in spite of her bitter anger, so that gradually the anger gave way to a slow and almost reluctant pity. Poor, ignorant, blind, unreasoning woman, herself a victim, having given her body for nature's most inexorable whim.